think I got the sun far enough back where I can do a stream right now without having the phone overheat too much. Probably do that a little more frequently, just stream only when I don't have the sun directly on the phone. I'm in Lordsburg, New Mexico right now. I'll be ending my day in Van Horn, Texas. I'm going to stop for my 30 in Esperanza, Texas, because I'm in the mood for some of that Mexican food to have there. It's really good Mexican food. It's hard for me to say about anything outside of California, but it is. It's good. So I'll be stopping there for my 30 and eating lunch there. And then it'll be not even about a 50 some odd mile trip from there to Van Horn after that. All right, we're ready to roll. Be kind of a quickie here. Still got 4:25 left on the clock before I have to stop for a break. It's about a 265 mile range. And I'm about 225 or so out. So, got about half an hour left. Well, maybe a little more than half an hour left by the time I get there. Okay, which way? Alright. Trying to figure out what the hell this Volvo truck is, what the driver's doing. Stopped here for reefer fuel and a restroom and drink break. Press on to Esperanza to my 30, and then it'll be a short trip from there to Van Horn. I can get past Van Horn easily, but a friend of mine's going to be shut down in Van Horn, so and I get from Van Horn to my receiver in one shift, so and I don't want to be driving too late in the evening and put myself in a spot where I can't find parking. So I'm just deciding I'm going to end in Van Horn. Either way, I'm going to take a 10-hour break, and either way, I'll be in the temple tomorrow afternoon, probably around 1400 local time, if I had to, is what I'm estimating. Eastbound Interstate 10 here. Got a trooper over here hanging out on the on-ramp. Oh, he just started moving. Did he just get himself somebody? Take that cloverleaf, but I tend to find that this ramp here is a little bit quicker. Both of them are options, so I tend to prefer this way. Neither of them has shit for acceleration lane space though at the end of the ramp. So we're really got to pay attention to what's going on with traffic already on the highway here, so I don't accidentally pull out in front of somebody going a lot faster than me. I can clear back here. Yeah, all clear. Tractor fuel there 2-hour trip from here to the Texas border. Hey Cheryl, how are you? Just left Lordsburg, New Mexico. I was at the pilot getting reefer fuel. The load is en route to Temple, Texas. I'm doing well here. I can run all the way to Fort Stockton, probably even further. Yeah, but not much point. I got a friend who's going to be shut down in Van Horn. He's behind me. He's not right behind me, but he's a number of miles back, a couple hours back. I think I'll meet up with him for a bit in Van Horn at the end of my shift, because that's as far as he's going to get. So, man, I only had 970 miles to run from when I started in Eloy. And I'll be just short of 500 miles for the day when I get to Van Horn. So it's actually a little bit more than half the miles remaining. We're right around halfway there, whatever. And it's an easy day. It's not a good way to set up my recaps for next week, but it's alright. If all goes well, I can burn up my clock anyway and beat a 34 or something before I can get to the recaps regardless. At the pilot in Lordsburg, it was $2.27. So with my 15-cent rebate, it was $2.12. But I didn't get tractor fuel there. I only got reefer. Because at Van Horn, it is $2.23 or $2.08 with rebate. So I figured I'll just get my fuel there, max out my tanks, even if I don't need that much fuel there, and so I'm set up for the next load as well. Volvo behind me is catching up pretty fast. I'll wait on him to pass me first before I try to pass this guy here, whoever he is. See too many trucks with trailer tails anymore. It's usually Prime, but I don't see Prime decals on it. This is AT Dynamics. Not right from an old Stagecoach. That's why. I didn't realize Stagecoach used them also. I don't see them around as much as I see Prime. I see it's not unusual for me to see their trucks. They're not like dime a dozen like Prime trucks are. sometimes they're welded on at different angles. Then whether or not there's a side skirt on the trailer, and if there is one, how is the hole drilled on it for where or bored out where where you go to put the fuel filler? And some of them fit really nicely, and it's really easy to just put the hose put the hose in the opening and do what you got to do. And then there are other ones where it's a pain in the ass getting it in, pain in the ass getting it out. Or one like this where you can't even get it to go in enough where it'll hold itself, and you have to actually hold on to it the entire time. Get him by me so I can move over. So I got a minivan behind him too. I tried to tell you, you stupid motherfucker. There's a reason why the tanker's still in the left lane, dumbass. If you weren't following so closely, you might have a better idea what's going on over there. Let's put two and two together. Why is the truck hanging out in the left lane? On the 2-lane road, when trucks never hang out in the left lane. And I think the guy was so predictable. I knew they were gonna do that before it even happened. Executive order yesterday or this morning, whatever the hell it was, I guess banning use of chokeholds by law enforcement unless their life is in danger. I don't think it's a bad rule. think that was so much of a chokehold based on where the knee was at. I think there were a combination of things that contributed to that, including the knee on the neck. But yeah, I do think cops should be able to use.
How are you doing today?
Should be able to use chokeholds when necessary to neutralize threats. You can use a good blood choke and knock a person out in 5 seconds.
Well, that's a bad yellow truck. You gotta look at sharp.
Well, that's a pretty thick exit you got there.
Damn, boy.
Must be these two flatbeds.
Hell, it ain't a bad looking old truck. It ain't old, I guess. Yeah, boy.
Must have said oversized guy.
Oh, well. It runs. It looks like it runs fairly good. No, sir. I'm headed to the yard and I'm going to take a week vacation.
Yeah, look, he also mentioned, I know he talked about having concerns about cities defunding their police departments. Can't say I disagree on that, but I also understand what the police department, or what the cities that are doing that are trying to do. They're not trying to get rid of their police departments altogether. In most cases, they're actually trying to get rid of them so they can basically restart a new department that doesn't have the policeman union to defend and protect their, the cops that are in it. The question is how many will actually be willing to be officers for a department that doesn't have a union. And companies that don't have, cities that don't have police departments are just going to have their law enforcement services handled by the county, more than likely. Stupid rioting and stuff, looting and rioting, whatever to end. No place for that anywhere. It's one thing to protest peacefully and exercise your First Amendment right to assembly, but come on, these people are taking it too far. Me back up. Interesting. After I passed him earlier. prices. It's an interesting name for a company. Left lane closed, 1 mile. Charles, I'll get to your question in a second here. Well, once I'm out of this construction zone. I can see you asked me what I think about something, but that's about it. I'll wait till it's a safer spot to finish looking at that. Then we got all the four-wheelers trying to speed their way into wherever they want to. I'm sure this red car here next to me is going to want in between me and the truck in front of me. Oh, how did I guess? Imagine that. If you just get over in that lane in the first place, you don't have to worry about that, do you? And you'll only be behind one other truck if you'd gotten over when you should have. So I don't watch the news too much, but I'll be paying that bill this week. Okay, so my understanding of Seattle is that that 7-block area you're talking about is, I guess they declared it a no police zone, where they're not allowing any police officers into the area. Order on their own, you know, as long as there's not any rioting going on, looting or whatever, there's actually a peaceful thing going on there. I guess it's okay. But if there's any illegal activity going on there and people are being victimized by people's behavior there, it's all right. You can, as far as I'm concerned, your ass can get shot if you want to keep the cops, if you want to try to keep the cops from getting in there to do their jobs. How about you guys? What do you all think about that one? I don't know enough about what's going on over there to really have much other than a kind of a broader opinion on that, I guess, or a contingent kind of opinion, a conditional opinion, whatever you want to call it. Looks like the phone's getting a little hot here. Hoping to avoid, but it's maybe the sun's not far enough back or something. Usually it's direct sunlight from direct light, direct contact with the sun, whatever you want to call it. Under 4 hours left. It's about a 240-mile range. And about 190 or so out from Esperanza. It's around 240 or so from Van Horn. this lake progresses, when I get closer, if it looks like I can actually make Van Horn without running out of clock, I might just go ahead and get all the way there. Hey Mike, how you doing? Four-wheelers I'm going to let go by first before I try to move over. Number 2 is passing me now. Come on. Last one looked like a Ford Edge or whatever it is. Or Explorer or something. Or, yeah. Finally passing me now. Platinum. Just under 110 out from Texas, and then it's 87 past that to Esperanza. So about 190 or so. About 250 or so from Van Horn, so a little iffy. I don't know if I can reach Van Horn. I'll do it if I can, but I'm going to plan on stopping short. Hey Lisa. Yeah, Mike, I saw your Facebook post. It sounds like you lost a pretty good amount of weight. Do you have a target that you're trying to get down to? 'Cause if I'm not mistaken, you said you were back down to the weight you were at, or somewhere near it, I think around the time you retired from the Air Force. Again, so can't really quite tell what you wrote there, Mike. Check it out later when the phone goes off, eh? Well, seems like it's right on the edge of running hot versus running okay. I see there. How you doing? My phone's on, so I can't read. Can't tell what you guys are saying. I can only see who's writing. Actually, now the phone looks like it's starting to cool off enough where I can see. Mike, I see you said you're down to 270 something now. The goal's 225. That's good. 225 range is what I'm at right now. I actually want to get back down to about 200 if I can. I got some new running gear, so you know, sometimes when I'm at truck stops now, I can actually do some interval training and stuff like that. Try to maybe work myself back into shape. Temple, Texas. Top 535. We're not too far out of the Waco area, I guess I would call it. I just figured I'll stop in Esperanza on this particular stream for a 30-minute break and some food there if necessary. I'm not certain that I can reach Van Horn without stopping for a break first. truck and not in a idle shift loaner truck. But we did have a really good time coming back from Oklahoma and in the personal vehicle. Stops, and our daughter Chloe had a really good time at some of them. Petro, just west of Deming, New Mexico right now. Okay, so for those of you guys who don't know what happened with my truck, turned out, because they originally didn't think there was any power steering leak anywhere. They said, yeah, the fluid's low, so we just went ahead and filled it back up, but we couldn't find anything. So I said, there's something there, because it's going somewhere if I'm having to replace it every 200 miles. They ended up taking the power steering pump off to inspect. Ended up finding out that the air compressor, the bearing on there failed, and when it failed, it also took out the power steering pump, which had only been like 6 months old, and it also got into the oil system. I think the filter picked almost all of it up, but he said it looked like the oil pump might have picked something up as well, so just as a precaution, he changed it as well. And I couldn't find any damage to the bearing, the main bearings, or the cylinder also, thankfully. So kind of dodged a bullet there. I thought it was going to be a lot worse than that. With 603,000 miles on it. My powertrain warranty is good to 700,000. Done damage to the engine, that would have been time for a new engine, and that would have been probably more costly than it would have been move back over until you see at least 2 headlights in your interior rear view mirror. Interior mirror. Probably shouldn't be moving over yet. News article I'm going to play about it. Don't know the story with
emails. Lives to remember. North Korea blows up office. India-China border standoff. Dexamethasone. Trump executive order news. U.S. world politics, entertainment, health, money, watch, technology, science, crime, sports shows. CBS This Morning, CBS Evening News, 60 Minutes. CBS This Morning, Saturday Face the Nation, Sunday Morning, 48 Hours, CBSN Originals. NCIS, the cases they can't forget live. Latest headlines: CBSN Bay Area, CBSN Boston, CBSN Chicago, CBSN Dallas, CBSN Denver, CBSN Los Angeles, CBSN Minnesota, CBSN New York, CBSN Philly, CBSN Pittsburgh, CBS Sports, HQET Live, more
Hey,
latest
you're gonna
video,
tell me the
photos,
friggin'
podcasts,
story, you're just gonna advertise a bunch of
newsletters,
stuff.
local RSS. CBS Store. California inmate who died while in restraints cried out for help. Somebody's gotta help me. June 16, 2020, 10:15 a.m. CBS News. A ProPublica investigation published Tuesday uncovers disturbing details about the death of a man in custody in California. ProPublica says it learned through 17 hours of surveillance video and documents that Riverside County Jail staff failed to address inmate Philip Garcia's urgent medical and mental health needs. ProPublica also found staff used violent force against him, and it concluded through its investigation that deputies falsified reports. Garcia died less than 2 days after his arrest in 2017. In the last hours of his life, Garcia can be heard pleading with deputies. Somebody's gotta help me. Please, man, he says. Trending news. DA weighing Brooks case, charging cops is important. Role of prosecutors. CA man in custody cried for help before death. Unrest in Atlanta over fatal police shooting. Oprah Winfrey reveals latest book club pick.
I was saying, wasn't he the one involved in that fatal shooting
was ruled a homicide.
in Moreno
According
Valley?
to his autopsy, the cause of death was a mental health crisis combined with rhabdomyolysis, a fatal condition that can be caused by overexertion. The psychological crisis combined with the restraints led to the fatal condition, said ProPublica reporter Ryan Gabrielson, who co-authored the story. He said they believe Garcia arrived at the jail in a state of psychosis. The sheriff's department saw him only as someone who wouldn't follow orders and that had to be punished, Gabrielson said. ProPublica spent months investigating the case and found deputies repeatedly struck, shoved and twisted Garcia's head and limbs when he was already tied down. And, based on its analysis of records and video it obtained, ProPublica concluded that deputies falsified jail logs, and then made false statements in their reports after Garcia died. Garcia was arrested in March 2017 after he allegedly smashed a neighbor's window and was found acting bizarrely. A family friend told ProPublica Garcia had a history of seizures, mental illness and inconsistent treatment. After his arrest, the 51-year-old was placed in isolation in a Riverside County jail cell where he is seen on video acting erratically.
So maybe he's not the same one.
ProPublica reports that over the course of around 18 hours, Garcia does not appear to eat, sleep or see a mental health or medical professional. When Garcia then begins to damage his cell, deputies use a barrage of weapons on him, including a Stinger grenade. They are then seen on video rushing in. They should be trained to de-escalate a person and not right away try to take them down, but it's been my observation and once an inmate is to that level, it's their will against the inmate's will, said Robbie Thomas, a mental health specialist who previously worked at the jail. After 21 hours in the jail, Garcia was brought to Riverside University Health System Medical Center, but they did not have a bed for him. Ad. Philip Garcia waits 12 hours in the emergency room waiting for a bed in full restraints, in a gurney, all the while straining against them, Gabrielson said. A few hours later, Garcia is believed to have died in those restraints. A government survey released in 2017 found that inmates have higher rates of serious psychological distress than the general population. 37% of state and federal prisoners had been told in the past by a professional that they had a mental health disorder, and 26% of jail inmates reported experiences that met the threshold for serious psychological distress. After watching the footage of Garcia, Dr. Kim Biswas, a forensic psychiatrist, told CBS News correspondent Carter Evans, "What I saw was a very confused, disoriented individual who wasn't able to make sense of his environment." Describing the appropriate way to approach someone in Garcia's state, Biswas said, "A lot of what we do is use the least restrictive methods we can because we do know using restraints can be extremely traumatizing." Add. This is an opportunity and a moment for us to think about how we can add rehabilitative services in jails. If we can have more conversations and more cross-training, I think ultimately it would really benefit the individuals who get incarcerated rather than hospitalized. CBS News reached out to the Garcia family's attorney and the sheriff's office, but both declined to comment. The medical center said in a statement it is limited on the information it can share, but its goal is always to provide all patients with high-quality care that meets each individual's physical and behavioral needs. The family recently settled a lawsuit for nearly $1 million, but Riverside County did not admit wrongdoing and denied all allegations. First published on June 16, 2020, 10:15 a.m. Copyright 2020 CBS Interactive Inc. All rights reserved. Ad. Copyright 2020 CBS Interactive Inc. All rights reserved. Privacy policy CA privacy, info we collect CA do not sell my info at choice. Terms of use mobile user agreement about. Advertise closed captioning CBS News store site map contact us help. Use CBS News and CBS News app open pro continue.
Faster car wanted to go by. Damn it, now the car that they really didn't want past me, it's past me because they finally decided to speed up. They're not slow down again.
Family of slain Barnard student criticizes sentence for 14-year-old. Tessa Majors. Conrad Macathan via ABC News. More. New York, a teenager who admitted taking part in a mugging that preceded the stabbing death of a Barnard College student was sentenced Monday to up to 18 months in a juvenile detention center, where he will undergo mental health counseling and be able to continue his education. Under the sentence imposed by a family court judge, the teenager, a 14-year-old boy who the New York Times is not naming because he is a minor, must serve at least 6 months and will be credited for the time he has already spent in juvenile detention since being arrested. The boy pleaded guilty this month to robbery for his role in the deadly attack on the Barnard student, Tessa Majors. He is one of 3 teenagers to be charged in the murder of Majors. The other 2 have been charged as adults with second-degree murder and robbery. The sentence did not satisfy Majors' family. There are no minor actors in the murder of Tess Majors, the family said in a statement that was read in court. The statement also took issue with language used during the proceedings that Majors' family said made it sound as if she had not been killed intentionally. Tess Majors did not die in an accident, the family said. Majors, an 18-year-old from Virginia, was a first-year Barnard student when, authorities say, she was fatally stabbed in a struggle with the teenagers in Morningside Park in Manhattan on the evening of Dec. 11. The circumstances of the killing recalled an earlier era, when violent crime was rampant in the city and parks were considered dangerous after dark. In handing down the sentence, Judge Carol Goldstein of Family Court in Manhattan acknowledged the crime's seriousness and the loss experienced by the Majors family. But she also said the teenager had never touched Majors and had no previous arrests. The judge sentenced him to 18 months of confinement in a highly structured and attentive supervised residential facility, with a minimum of 6 months. Citing pre-sentencing reports that because of the coronavirus pandemic. But in the remarks, which were delivered by a city lawyer, Rachel Glantz, they criticized the deal that resulted in his plea to a robbery charge rather than the second-degree murder charge facing the other 2 defendants in the case. As Glantz read from the statement, the defendant could be seen sitting quietly in front of a video camera at the city-run juvenile center where he is being held. He pursed his lips and leaned forward occasionally, but otherwise showed little emotion. An aunt and uncle, who are the boys' legal guardians, Shakoya Carr and Roosevelt Davis, were visible in another video panel. In their statement, Majors' family questioned the point of several days of pretrial hearings, many of them attended by the defendant's family and the victim's father, Inman Majors, during which public defenders sought to have the teenager's confession thrown out. These hearings have amplified our pain, Glantz read from the family's statement. The teenager, who was sentenced Monday, told the police shortly after the killing that he had taken part in the mugging that preceded it. Prosecutors originally charged him as a juvenile with second-degree felony murder. He was 13 at the time, and he pleaded not guilty. Under state law, prosecutors have the discretion to try defendants as young as 14 as adults in cases of violence. Rashawn Weaver stabbed her at least 4 times after she refused to give them her cell phone, with one thrust piercing her heart, according to prosecutors. Majors was heard yelling, "Help me. I'm being robbed," according to court documents. In entering his plea on June 3, the defendant sentenced Monday described how he and his 2 friends had gone to the park to rob people and had zeroed in on Majors as a target as she began to climb a set of stairs. Minutes earlier, the boy told the court he had picked up a knife that Weaver had dropped and handed it back to him. Rashawn went up to her and said something to her and Tessa yelled for help, he said. Rashawn used the knife that I had handed to him to stab Tessa and I saw feathers coming out of her coat. Then I saw Rashawn take a plastic bag out of her pocket. On Monday, Neville Mitchell, a lawyer for the defendant, urged the judge to consider his client's age in sentencing him. Our client is a child, Mitchell said. He also disputed statements by the Majors family, and by Glantz, that the defendant had shown no remorse and regretted only being in the wrong place at the wrong time. His client, Mitchell said, was heartbroken, and his effect in interviews shouldn't be interpreted as disinterest or nonchalance. In the statement read by Glantz, the Majors family said, there are no words adequate to describe the pain and suffering of her surviving family, who took her to college that fall and 100 days later they brought her home to Virginia in an urn. Her absence is palpable and unrelenting, Glantz continued, adding that the family cannot help wonder what would have happened if that knife had been left on the ground. This article originally appeared in the New York Times. Copyright 2020 The New York Times Company.
The American ones are all 53, right? Or are they 48?
Cheap drug is first shown to improve COVID-19 survival. 1/2 packages of dexamethasone are displayed in a pharmacy, Tuesday, June 16, 2020, in Omaha, Nev. Researchers in England said Tuesday they have the first evidence that the drug can improve COVID-19 survival. The cheap, widely available steroid called dexamethasone reduced deaths by up to 1/3 in severely ill hospitalized patients. AP photo, Nati Harnik. Researchers in England say they have the first evidence that a drug can improve COVID-19 survival. A cheap, widely available steroid reduced deaths by up to 1/3 in severely ill hospitalized patients. The results were announced Tuesday and the British government immediately authorized the drug's use across the United Kingdom for coronavirus patients like those who did well in the study. Researchers said they would publish results soon in a medical journal, and several independent experts said it's important to see details to know how much of a difference the drug, dexamethasone, might make and for whom. But bottom line is good news, said the United States top infectious disease expert Dr. Anthony Fauci. This is a significant improvement in the available therapeutic options that we have. The coronavirus outbreak has killed more than 438,000 people worldwide since it began late last year in China. The study, led by the University of Oxford, was a large, strict test that randomly assigned 2,104 patients to get the drug and compared them with 4,321 patients getting only usual care. The drug was given either orally or through an IV for 10 days. After 4 weeks, it had reduced deaths by 35% in patients who needed treatment with breathing machines and by 20% in those only needing supplemental oxygen. It did not appear to help less ill patients. Researchers estimated that the drug would prevent 1 death for every 8 patients treated while on breathing machines and 1 for every 25 patients on extra oxygen alone. Steroid drugs reduce inflammation, which sometimes develops in COVID-19 patients as the immune system overreacts to fight the infection. This overreaction damages the lungs and can prove fatal. The World Health Organization and others advise against using steroids earlier in the course of illness because they can impede clearing the virus. Early on, you're fighting the virus and you want your immune system to be as intact as possible, Fossey explained. But in the advanced stage of COVID-19, the battle against the virus causes so much inflammation that it is hurting you more than helping you, he said. The results seen in the Oxford study make perfect sense with that notion, he said. Many hospitals and doctors have been trying steroids to quell the immune system, but there's been no evidence from high-quality studies that it helps for COVID-19. Although the Oxford researchers talked only about dexamethasone, the detailed plans for the study say that participating hospitals could use 2 other steroids, prednisolone or hydrocortisone, and there's no reason to think any particular one works better than another, said Dr. Francisco Marti, an infectious disease specialist at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston. Steroids are known to help fight certain fungal and bacterial infections such as meningitis, and a type of pneumonia common in HIV patients, but they have not proved useful against flu or some other viral diseases, he said. The Oxford results would persuade him to try them for COVID-19 patients needing extra oxygen, he said. Until now, the only drug shown to help fight COVID-19 is remdesivir shortened the time to recovery for severely ill hospitalized patients to 11 days on average versus 15 days for those just given usual care, in a study led by the U.S. National Institutes of Health. We don't know yet if remdesivir could be used with dexamethasone, or before or after it to give more benefit, Fossey said. Even though dexamethasone only helps in severe cases, countless lives will be saved globally, said Nick Kamek, a virus expert at the Wellcome Trust, a British charity that supports research. This is the dream, because the drug has been used for decades for other conditions, said Kamek, who had no role in the study. It's very straightforward to make, so there's no reason this can't be rolled out for the entire world. No information was given on side effects, but researchers said they used a low dose and for a short time, which is generally safe. Dr. Peter Bach, a health policy expert at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in New York, noted that in the study 41% of those on breathing machines and 25% on oxygen alone died. The mortality rate seems to be way higher than it is in the U.S., where one recent study found a rate of 12%. Though that was for patients, he said. But he added that, it's good news for science that the right studies got done, and that the drug works and is so affordable and available. The Oxford the same year this month showed the malaria drug hydroxychloroquine was not working against the coronavirus. The study enrolled more than 11,000 patients in England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland who were given either standard care or that plus one of several treatments, dexamethasone, hydroxychloroquine, the HIV combo drug lopinavir-ritonavir, the antibiotic azithromycin, the anti-inflammatory drug tocilizumab, or plasma from people who have recovered from COVID-19 that contains antibodies to fight the virus. Research is continuing on the other treatments. The research is funded by government health agencies in the United Kingdom and private donors. Prevent infection and serious illness are still needed. Ideally, we will find something that stops the disease from progressing to a more advanced stage, he said, noting that remdesivir might yet prove to be effective this way. Dexamethasone is not a wonder pill, but it will have nasty effects of COVID-19. The Associated Press Health and Science Department receives support from the Howard Hughes Medical Institute's Department of Science Education. The AP is solely responsible for all content.
Yeah, I know you said something about going swimming and getting sunburned yesterday, James.
bombs liaison office with the South. North Korea on Tuesday bombed an inter-Korean liaison office in a town on the border with South Korea in an escalation of tensions on the Korean peninsula. The North Korean state news agency, KCNA, reported Tuesday that the office was completely ruined. South Korea's Vice Unification Minister, Suho, who co-headed the liaison office, said the bombing was unprecedented in inter-Korean relations, calling it a nonsensical act that should have not happened. We express deep regret and strongly protest against it, Su said. South Korea's Ministry of Defense said it was monitoring North Korean military movement around the clock after the bombing and maintaining a resolute military posture. North Korea's move to bomb the office, set up in 2018 in the North Korean border town of Kaesong to foster better ties with South Korea, coincides with the 20th anniversary of the first Inter-Korean Summit. Held June 13 to 15, 2000, the summit included a historic visit between South Korean President Kim Dae-jung and the North Korean leader Kim Jong-il, and resulted in a joint peace declaration in which the two countries committed to promoting unification, and to humanitarian and economic cooperation. Image, South Korean soldiers patrol at Imjinggik, near the Demilitarized Zone, DMZ, on June 16, 2020 in Paju, South Korea. Chung Sung-jun, Getty Images. More. Earlier this month, North Korea threatened to permanently shut the liaison office as it condemned the South for failing to prevent activists from sending anti-North Korean leaflets across the border. And just last week, North Korea axed all communications with South Korea, citing the same anti-North Korean leafleting. On Sunday, South Korea convened an emergency security meeting after North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's sister, Yo Jong, one of his top aides, threatened military action against South Korea. She also threatened to demolish the useless inter-Korean liaison office at the time. Then on Tuesday, before South Korea's announcement that the liaison office was demolished, North Korea's KCNA reported that the Korean People's Army of North Korea had threatened to move back into recently demilitarized zones that had changed status under recent inter-Korean peace agreements as the country dialed up pressure on Seoul amid stalled nuclear negotiations with the Trump administration. The General Staff of the Korean People's Army said it is reviewing a ruling party recommendation to advance into unspecified border areas that had been demilitarized under agreements with the South, which would turn the front line into a fortress. One of the greatest symbols of inter-Korean rapprochement since 2018. The Joint Inter-Korean Liaison Office was meant to be a symbol of cooperation and a permanent channel of communication between the North and South Korea. It was established in 2018 amid a flurry of efforts to end the decades-old confrontation between the two rivals. It is significant from a symbolic point of view, said Ramon Pacheco Pardo, lecturer in international relations at King's College London. The office was one of the greatest symbols of inter-Korean rapprochement since 2018. North Korea is now signaling that this period is over and it is going to take a more confrontational approach for the time being. From a practical standpoint, he said, it will make lower-level inter-Korean communication more difficult because that's where inter-Korean conversations were taking place on a regular basis. But strategically the impact is minimal. There are many alternative ways to restore inter-Korean links when the time is right. What is North Korea's motive for the escalation? The latest escalation is a way for North Korea to express displeasure with the lack of progress in the removal of harsh U.S.-led international sanctions set up to push North Korea into handing over its nuclear arsenal, Pacheco Pardo said. North Korea knows that South Korea won't move ahead with full-scale economic cooperation as long as the sanctions regime remains in place, he said. But ramping up tensions with the U.S. with an ICBM or nuclear test would be too risky. Last week, North Korea said it was pulling away from its relationship with the U.S., saying there had been no actual improvement in ties. It has been 2 years since a historic handshake between Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un in Singapore, and nearly a year after Trump took an unprecedented step onto North Korean soil. The Trump and Kim 2019 summit ended without a deal. By increasing tensions with South Korea, Pacheco Pardo said Pyongyang can push Seoul to put pressure on Washington to resume diplomacy once the first wave of the coronavirus pandemic is over, and particularly after the presidential election in November. What will the North do next, and how will the U.S. respond? The destruction of the liaison office shows that North Korea wants to escalate the crisis in order to compel Seoul into giving concessions, said Edward Howell, a researcher and North Korea specialist at the University of Oxford. The question remains as to how far the DPRK will have to escalate tensions before it gets any acceptable response, on the North's terms, from the South, Howell added, using the initials of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Responding to NBC News' request for comment on the incident, a senior Trump administration official said they remain in close coordination with the South Korean officials. And a U.S. State Department spokesperson told NBC that the United States fully supports the South's efforts on inter-Korean relations and urges North Korea to refrain from further counterproductive actions. But the U.S. reaction is likely to be capped at the usual condemnation, Howell said. The U.S. does not want to provoke North Korea to engage in further bellicose behavior with the upcoming presidential election, and especially given the increasingly threatening rhetoric from Pyongyang toward Washington, as of late, he added. Pacheco Pardo said it wouldn't be surprising to see North Korea move its troops closer into the areas of the border that were previously demilitarized, perhaps even initiating a cross-border shooting. As for South Korea, it's unlikely Seoul will move away from its current position of asking for diplomacy to resume and condemning Pyongyang's actions, Pacheco Pardo said.
Checkpoint on the westbound side coming up. Just over 20 miles out from Las Cruces. And about 45 out from the Texas border.
Hey Siri, I'm getting pulled over. iPhone feature will record police interaction. Send location by Austin Williams. Published 19 hours ago. Updated 24 minutes ago. Fox TV digital team. Los Angeles Shortcuts, which was launched in 2018, allows users to conduct tasks on their phones that would normally require multiple actions with a single voice command of the iPhone's artificial intelligence capability, Siri. The feature has been the subject of renewed focus recently as protests against police brutality continue across the U.S. in the wake of the death of George Floyd during a May 25 encounter with Minneapolis police. One iPhone user created a shortcut that prompts an iPhone to begin recording police interactions by the user simply uttering the phrase, "Hey Siri, I'm getting pulled over." Twitter user Robert Peterson posted a link to the shortcut and an explanation of what it does. Related, UN Human Rights Council to hold urgent debate on racism and police brutality on June 17. Related, NAACP calls on UN to classify mistreatment of black people by police as human rights violation. Users can download the police shortcut but must make sure to have the Shortcuts app installed. While Peterson said he hopes the tool will be useful for some, the specific feature is not available for Android users. Apps with similar functions have been developed, including one called Stop and Frisk Watch, which is available for both Android and Apple devices and is designed to record incidents by simply pushing a trigger on the phone's frame, according to the developer's website. Apple's Shortcuts feature allows users to create your own shortcuts with multiple steps, according to the company's website. For example, build a surf time shortcut that grabs the surf report, gives an estimated arrival time to the beach, and launches your surf music playlist, according to Apple's support page. Upon saying, "Hey Siri, I'm getting pulled over," any music that may be playing is paused and the screen's brightness is dimmed while the phone's Do Not Disturb capability is turned on. The phone then automatically sends a message to a contact the user sets up, letting that person know that the user is being stopped by police, along with providing the user's location. The front camera is then turned on and the phone begins to record video of what is happening. Once you stop the recording, it sends a copy of the video to a contact you specify, puts volume and brightness back to where they were, turns off Do Not Disturb, and gives you the option to send to iCloud Drive or Dropbox, according to a Reddit post by Peterson. Another user on Twitter posted a step-by-step video on how to install the shortcut to an iPhone. Peterson told Business Insider that the new shortcut would allow people to have access to the civilian equivalent, a police body cam. "It seemed to me that if you're getting pulled over, it couldn't hurt to have a recording of the incident," Peterson told the news outlet. The police these days in many places have body cams, so this could be the civilian equivalent. Speaking with Fox News via direct message, Peterson said he did not create the shortcut based off of any personal experiences, but added that various news stories influenced him. "It just seemed a good idea to empower the individual citizen to have a record over what happens during a stop to remove any," he said, she said, scenarios, Peterson said. "I honestly didn't think the idea would prove as popular as it has. The response has been extremely positive and more than a bit overwhelming." Fox News contributed to this story. This story was reported from Los Angeles News, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. More local news: national news, world news, weather, 7-day forecast, closings, radar, temperatures, traffic, watches, warnings, weather app, good day, bus stop, Buddy Kelly's classroom seen on TV, watch live weekend. Y'all gotta try this. Sports: Eagles, Flyers, Phillies, 76ers, Union. Fox Sports app, entertainment, contests, food and drink. Fox shows, The Clash Room, The Cube. TMZ. Watch Fox shows, watch live Facebook videos, newscasts and replays, webcams. YouTube, Buzzer Movies. Money, Busy Mama's Business, cashing in consumer deals. Personal finance, technology, health, coronavirus map, Dr. Mike, Dr. O's healthcare, opioid epidemic, vaping.
Okay, that's enough. Music. miles of good all. Interstate 25 coming up here. Be standing here on I-10 though. About 20 miles out now from the Texas line. Just under 20 out now from Texas, Tejas. I'm not surprised. better, but I have to take time off to work on that. Jury duty in July, okay. Guess I better put in for that. Not like they're gonna want to use me anyway after my history now. Better off calling me, dear. I'm starting to get into more traffic and stuff, and it's not going to be very long before I'm in Texas. Hello. Alright. Did you teach them not to say herded? Already. Apparently. What's humiliating about that? 42-32. I don't get what the problem is there. It's not his fault. Not his fault he got hit there. Okay. Hmm. Really, probably not a professional then. Open a loaded statement like that. Yeah. New Mexico for her glasses. What the hell are you talking about? Her glasses aren't even in New Mexico. Yeah, I got the request and I got the request and a route through there, but no, this load's not going that way. Uh, all right. Well, told you that was gonna happen. Yes. Same here. Shit, knowing him, he probably has. Actually, it is common to do that when they're about 6 months old. Yep. Yeah. Whenever we take them in for check out and shots and all that, you can ask the vet. I think they usually recommend 6 months though. Uh, or just say, or could just say it's a boy. So if someone doesn't spay their bitches, or keep them out of reach of unneutered dogs, that not our problem. All right. I'll be shutting down in Van Horn today. Van Horn. Yes. See. Sí. Estación 40 millas este de Nuevo México. I got about 2 more miles, maybe about 3 miles to go to get into Tejas. We can get, I thought we can get those at grocery stores. I'm pretty sure I've seen those kind of chilies at grocery stores. They're usually like large red ones, right? Or maybe maybe it is green. They're green. Yeah, they're kind of green, like I mean, like large, like poblanos, right, or whatever. Oh, brilliant! I'm looking right at Anthony, Texas, right up ahead of me. Uh, yeah, I'll be me. Remember John Hawk 6? Yeah, the guy we were talking to in the hallway when we were at the yard. Yeah, he's gonna be shutting down in Van Horn also. I can actually go past there, but I don't want to drive too late, and I only have like 970 miles to cover between two shifts, so it's just more of an issue of what kind of setup I'm doing for recaps if I need the recaps next week. Uh, yeah, I don't deliver till 7:30 in the morning on Thursday. I'll be there tomorrow afternoon. So I already let my DM know that I'll be ready to reload immediately after delivery. Huh, that's true. Nah. And Asher's actually going to get too big to be able to put on the truck with me anyway. Because we're not allowed to have pets more than 40 or I think it's 40 pounds. Nope. Oh, come on. God damn it. Got one fucking lollygagger in the lane and I can't get over because everybody else in the fast lane won't let me. Now, here, fuck you, I'm coming over anyway. I'm in a 75 zone. I'm doing 70 and I got some dipshit doing 60 something and I couldn't get around him. So there were too many other cars coming in the fast lane. I need to get off the phone because you know how much I can't stand El Paso. Or at least driving around here, so. Alright, love you too. Bye. Yeah, El Paso takes way too much patience to deal with, so. I don't normally do phone calls in this area. And it's a common place to hear me bitching and cussing and whatever else. Hola Samuel, ¿cómo estás? These guys are gonna test me again today. It's 4:45 p.m., so can't really say I'm too surprised by this. And the speed limit's dropping to 60 here anyway, so. It's one of those cases where I can't get past the outer loop 375 fast enough. Loop 375 on the other side of town. run straight to Van Horn instead of stopping in Esperanza. And I'll also end my day there. Downtown El Paso area here.
She walked up to me and she asked me to dance. I asked her her name and in a dark brown voice she said hello. Hello, hello, la 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 la. Well, I'm not the world's most physical guy, but once you squeeze me tight, she made me grow my spine. Oh my Lord, la 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 la. Well, I'm not dumb, but I can't understand why she walk like a woman and talk like a man. Oh my Lord, la 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 la. Well, we drank champagne and danced all night under electric candlelight. She picked me up and set me on her knees.
That's what happens when you are following too closely. The pickup right behind me had to move over the shoulder to make sure he wasn't going to rear end me. Pretty good clue. Back off. Dude, what the fuck are you thinking, dumbass?
Girls will be boys and boys will be girls. It's a
That's on you, you fucking idiot. Don't blame the truck, the semi for that. That's you. What a moron. Most of this traffic's getting off here where the Petrol and Loves are at. Petrol, Loves, and Flying J, actually, all of them. Fucking asshole.
like it's 8 Mile now. The beat goes back and everybody moves. Now let's head back to reality. Look, it's Speed Rabbit. Who's I'm used to battle? I'm a grown man. Tell me, I don't have any lives to go right here. So tell me, fellas. What? Fellas, grab your left foot, make your right one. Tell us. What? Black girls, white girls, skinny girls, fat girls, tall girls, small girls. I'm calling all girls. Every woman brought to the dance floor. Get your chance for a little romance on. Let's squeezing, it's the season. Let's go. So appeasing. I'm gonna make you dance. Get your chance. Yeah, boy, shake that ass. Oops, I mean girl. Girl, you know you're my world. Alright, now lose it.
shut down there. I could just do a 30-minute break there and go further, but no point in doing so. I'll be able to get to Temple in one more shift anyway, even from Van Horn, and even then it's not that long a trip. It's not even 500 miles from Van Horn to Temple. Plus, John Hawk 6 is going to be shut down in Van Horn also, so I'll probably go ahead and stop there and we can meet up. That one delivers Friday at 1, okay. I'm trying to remember where you said that one was going to, not Paul's Valley. But I don't even trying to remember what you even did. You had those two, that one that, I know you had a two-dropper before, one that delivered in Ontario and the other one in, where was it, Vernon or somewhere? Somewhere over in LA somewhere. But I forgot where you said you were going to be picking up from. Oh, you're going to Paul's Valley, okay. Yeah, this one here is due Thursday at 07:30. Be there tomorrow afternoon. So I'll be ready to roll immediately as soon as I'm done delivering. Videos for those Twisted Sister songs. They kind of creep me out with their style, but they're also entertaining. Good song.
At home, drawing pictures of mountain tops with him on top, living in the sun, arms raising a beat, a dead lady in pools of
got a 60 mile an hour average I need to do. So as long as the border patrol checkpoint doesn't slow me down too much, I should be able to get there before my clock runs out. Covenant pulling something other than a Covenant trailer. difference, and I didn't take that much. I backed off by 2 miles an hour originally to create some space between me and this guy in front of me. And then I went back up to 69 once I got the space I was looking for. 1 mile an hour with an hour and 5 to go on my clock means it's only going to make a 1 mile difference, or 1 minute difference in how long it takes to get there. See a fire off here to the left. I don't think it's a wildfire. I think it's something else going on over there. What's up, Archie? Sheriff's hauling ass to something. Maybe to whatever the source of that black smoke is. So heading to the left and looking up, looking further out the road. This road does curve off to the left, so of course nobody has radios. Truck fire or something. The color of the smoke tells me it's probably vehicle or structure related. The thickness of the smoke, or the lack of serious thickness, tells me it's not coming from like a power plant or any fixed facility that normally does it. truck caught fire. I think it's fully engulfed, whatever it is. Structure or what? uphill grades, I'm going to run it at ninth. So I don't lose so much momentum. Slow down here. Not the first time I've seen a four-wheeler do that here. No, it won't be the last time either. 93 degrees out here right now, not too bad. Which will help because my APU won't stay running. It runs, but then it's like it gets too hot and it shuts down. Might just need to replace the temperature sensor on it or something. I may stop at a carrier facility and see if I can just buy one and replace it myself.
phones, we act by phones and beats. And hurry the more reflects on the dance floor. Blowing up and have a mad people showing up. Packing crowds, jam packed venues. Leaders collapse where atmospheres continue. Sprinkle that, winning like that, moving like that, hitting like that. The melody is fat. I'm on the energy source. The cosmic force. With prodigy, living astrology. My intellect's the power. With diesel power. Close your mind, back, baby. Fantastically. Close your mind,
30 miles.
close
Just I don't trust some of these spots though. That's gonna be a wrap for this shift. Did just about 500 miles, I think. 499 is what I logged. Is probably really about 490-ish from Eloy to here. So not bad. Didn't even stop for a break of any kind except for that one stop in Lordsburg to get reefer fuel and then restroom and drink break, and then off I went. So definitely a very productive day. Aside from not running that many miles, barely 500 miles at least is the minimum I want to be able to run. If I can do that at 7 days a week, that's 3,500 mile a week. That's nothing to complain about. So, but I can do more. But really, 3,500 every single week, you're doing really well. So I'm not going to complain in any way about that. Tomorrow will be a little bit shorter trip, probably be about 470, 480, I think 480 or so. So it'll be another kind of short day, but then we'll see what the next load does. May or may not run some good miles on the next load, who knows. But like I say, anything in the ballpark of 500 miles every day, those are still quality miles. That doesn't, it doesn't have to be run down, wear out my 70-hour clock every single week situation, but even better if it does. But I say anything over 3,000 a week, I'm happy, and 3,500 a week is actually plenty to be happy about. All right, so how's the truck doing? It's doing good so far. I still get the kind of the weird clutch pedal thing going on where sometimes I can feel slop in it. Like right now it's hardly any. But where I can push the clutch pedal in a little bit before I start to feel any, like it actually operating the system. And other times where as soon as I even start pressing it, I can feel it actually operating the clutch mechanism. And other times where I'll actually feel I have to push the pedal in about half an inch or whatever before I actually feel it resisting at all. So I don't know. Might just need to get the clutch adjusted again, which I had done a few months back. Otherwise, the power steering part of it's working fine. I have not had even one hint of a concern with what's going on with the power steering system, so that's a huge plus. So what they actually fixed seems to be doing fine. So just keep it that way though, or hope it stays that way. I have sore throat and been sleeping a lot. You getting sick or something? Oh, well, I think you got sunburned the other day, you said, so that probably doesn't help you with your energy level. That'll make you sleepy as well. you might notice that some of you guys who might be truckers or soon to be truckers noticed I got out of the truck and looked. Because I had the JCT truck over here to my right. I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to hit them. Because there are some places where the parking spots are not as wide as they are at normal places. So, and I almost found that out the hard way once at the Petro in Kingman, Arizona. I was backing into a spot and I thought I was an appropriate distance away from the line and the truck on this side of on the sight side of me. And then next thing I know, the guy on the blind side of me was blowing his air horn at me. I'm like, okay, what's the problem here? But then I went ahead and reset and basically set myself up more for a straight back once I had the trailer positioned where I needed it. And once I got through resetting, I realized when I was coming back in a straight back situation why the guy was getting concerned, because the spot was not a 12-foot wide spot like they normally are. It was only, it was barely wide enough for pretty much for my truck. Like maybe 10.5 feet or some shit. Maybe even 10 feet, I don't know. There wasn't that much space between either side of my truck and the lines that separate my spot from the other spots. And it's like, oh, okay, no wonder you're so worried. And it was a lesson learned for me too, because it taught me don't assume that the spots are always 12 feet wide. They're not. I said, especially at some of those Petros and TAs, or well, more so Petros, they tend to be a little more prone to that. Petro and Kingman, and there was another one. Can't remember. Can't remember which other one I've been to. It was kind of like that. Might have been bad food. No. Yeah, so you think you might have gotten food poisoning, and you never know. It may or may not be, but I don't know that sore throat has anything to do with food poisoning. I think that'd be more like you got something else going on there. Well, get well, whatever it is. Sierra England, dry van, probably Coca-Cola, fleet truck or something. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap up. I'm going to run in and get me something to eat. It's a little after 7 p.m. here, because I just got into Central Time Zone just not long ago. So it's 7 p.m. It'll be right around 5 a.m. when I can go back on duty. I don't have to be in a big hurry to leave, but I probably will. You never know. I know I'm going to want to get up and, because I'm going to shower here, so I'll probably do some running around here too in the morning. Get a little bit of exercise in before I go hit the shower. Before I start driving. That'll definitely get me woken up and ready to roll tomorrow, I think. The sun, every time I have the sun rising in my face, though, it tends to cause problems for the phone overheating. So I may not actually stream the first part of tomorrow because of that, but then maybe once I stop somewhere, it'll be somewhere on US 190 more than likely. At some point in time where I don't have the sun, I'm not going to have the sun beating directly on. Not to mention the cellular service there on 190 is not good, so there's going to be a lot of buffering going on there if I do even try to stream. So I don't really think it's going to be worth trying to even do it. I may try to get the dash cam footage of it instead, and then I don't know, maybe show that or something. I don't know. Well, we'll see. That's a lot of footage to download and do. See how I'm feeling, but yeah, I might. I don't know. We'll see. But I probably won't be live until maybe the second half of tomorrow, which isn't even much of a half. So, right, that's kind of what's in store. I'll be there in Temple, Texas. Should be around 1400 local time. Let's see, it's 480. That would be about 8 hours. So 5 plus 8 is 13. Yeah, I will say by in between 1300 and 1400 Central Time tomorrow. Probably is what I'm assuming that I'll be there by. So, I guess I will see you all. See you guys sometime tomorrow. So, appreciate you guys taking the time to watch. It was a little bit more of a quiet day, not so much talk going on, but at least got some activity here. And I know I haven't been streaming the last few weeks, so I'm not surprised by this. It's all good. Yeah, at least had some of the regular people still show up and watch, and I appreciate it anytime. Anyway, I'm not going to ramble, so I'm going to go ahead and go offline, and I will see you guys tomorrow sometime. Thanks.